Buenos días.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Comenzamos el segundo día.
Okay, so we're starting our second day, and I hope you're enjoying the conference in the Spanish Senate. I hope Spain is being welcoming to you. It's not raining anymore in Madrid, and the sun is shining as we all expected and hoped. So we are starting the second day of our IFLA PARL conference with a third session devoted to explaining innovations and new practices in parliamentary libraries and research services around the world. We will have with us Caroline Menard, Julia Taylor and Jennifer Manning, Dadyaman Kofi Sangya, Mario Piel, Dongyang Li, and I hope this will be a very fruitful morning. Just like yesterday, as the President reminded us, it's in our hands and with our work to strengthen democracy, none less, non min fit. So it is a privilege for us to be analyzing knowledge and improving our working techniques to achieve such an important challenge and collaborate towards something that we all deem very necessary. Caroline, you have the word.
Good morning, everyone. As Josefa said, we had an excellent first day yesterday. Let's see if we can do best today, I'm sure. Before we begin, I would like to let you know that we plan to upload the conference report within the next few days, 10 days, on our website, the IFLA PARL website, and for whoever is interested, we will upload the slides presentations. Whoever wants to participate in the proceedings that we are going to publish in the newsletter, let us know and send us your texts by the end of November, please. So I give the floor to you, Caroline. Let's hear about sortir de la zone de confort.
Thank you, Lila. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here this morning to listen to this presentation titled Stepping Out of Comfort Zones, the Bibliothèque de l'Assemblée Nationale's Journey to Becoming an Essential Resource. So, as you may have noticed, this whole stepping out of comfort zones is a bit of my inspiration for this year. I'll be doing my presentation in English, but my slides are both in French and in English, so for those of you who always wanted to learn some French, now is the time. So for the past few years, the Bibliothèque de l'Assemblée nationale du Québec has embraced the challenge of redefining its role to keep defending its relevance and its importance to parliamentary members and parliamentary administration. So my presentation this morning has the objective to detail the institution's efforts and measures implemented to become a vital reference for legislative power, parliamentary administration, and civil society. So the measures we implemented in the last few years were structured around four main axes: proactive promotion of services, enhancements of user experience, deepening institutional integration, and fostering internal collaboration. We were guided in this process by our strategic plan for 2023-2027, which states as our mission the importance to become an essential reference at the heart of parliamentary information for the legislative branch, its administration, and civil society. So that is, of course, an important mission. And this vision was brought from an external context and an internal context. In terms of external context, since accessible sources of information multiply, our library evolves in a context more or less of direct competition with a multitude of actors, either media, research, political research services, think tanks, university research centers, So because information and communication technologies are evolving so rapidly, we need to make sure we get ahead in the game. We also have an internal context where the library makes a lot of effort to make itself known to our users, because most of the time our users don't know all the services that the library can offer them, the extent of what the library can do for them. And we also have to promote our services every 4 years, at least every 4 years, because we get a renewal of our users every 4 years, every election cycle. So we have to make sure that we can get our services known to new people frequently. So this is why we decided, in order to achieve this vision of becoming an essential reference, to do a proactive promotion of our services. So we did in the last year a couple of promotional campaigns. And we started to, instead of talking about the history of the library, the collections, we started to really focus in terms of promotion on the concrete impact the library can have in the daily life of members of parliaments. So we started showing the library as a partner to the political members, as a reference on which they can base their need for information, on objective and reliable information, and as an information source for all their information needs, so press reviews, need for statistics, data, things like that. And when we basically showed them why they needed to use our services, we focused on 3 main areas, which were time, resources, and expertise. So we were basically saying to them, you're saving time, because while we do the research, you can do something else. You are saving resources, because these databases and these resources to which we have access cost a lot of money. And you have access to expertise, because we have professionals who are used to searching through databases and who are used to writing research that will do that for you. So we were really focusing on the direct impacts and the direct advantages of using the library. And we were really trying to get out of that idea that the library is just a place to have some books and just a beautiful building. We really wanted to put the focus on what we can do for them in their professional and daily life. Proactive promotion, of course, means also multiplying contact opportunities with our clients. So we started doing presentations about our services, either in person or online. We also had some open house days for parliamentarians and political staff. And we also made awareness campaigns. And again, on these posters that we had, we really focused on the concrete benefit of using the library. So we basically said the questions that we have here: if you need to validate a number that you've seen circulating on social media, we can do that for you. If you need to know everything on a specific topic, we will monitor the topic for you for free. So we really were focusing on the concrete benefits for our members. In terms of enhancing user experience, this is really at the heart of what we do. We exist to answer to the information needs of our clients, and we try to go beyond meeting user expectations to actually anticipating user expectations. So we were listening to what our clients ask of us, and in that sense, we published a newsletter for the constituency offices, which contain information about the new developments regarding financial governmental programs, public consultations, so things that were mentioned to us by people working, political staff working in the constituency offices, as being information that they wanted to know about. and we've been sending that newsletter for every 2 weeks, and it's been a great success, actually. People have been telling us that they appreciate it a lot. We were also starting to publish research notes for our members on demand, and we also published a new publication also that is called Coup d'œil parlementaire. This is produced by our research department at the library, and this is a briefing of everything that has happened in terms of parliamentary business during the last session. So if you're a new member of political staff or a new member of parliament, this is great because it gives you an overview of everything that has been done before your arrival, and so you're up to date when you get to the parliament. We also started doing social media monitoring using the platform Digimine, and we also created an AI working group at the library to test actually some AI applications, mostly ChatGPT, last year. So our goal was to see if ChatGPT could work at the library, and we basically tested a couple of tasks that we do in our daily work and to see how we could, if it was possible to do these with ChatGPT. In terms of deepening institutional integration, the library also integrated itself in the National Assembly's mandates by participating to projects related to the renovation of the Salle de l'Assemblée nationale, which is the room where the debates are happening. So this room is currently under renovation, and our archives department at the library worked a lot with the architects and the contractors to make sure that the historical aspect of the room was respected. They also did an amazing job in digitizing some maps of the Parliament to increase our knowledge of the history of Parliament. So they were directly involved in the process of the renovation of the building. We also created, in terms of deepening our institutional integration, we also developed collection development with in conjunction with a library that is specialized in indigenous resources, because the National Assembly has been trying to deepen its action towards indigenous communities, and we wanted to have a better collection that would be aligned with these institutional needs. So we curated a collection of indigenous works, and we also promoted resources on mental health, which was a desire from the institution also. In terms of fostering internal collaboration, our institution enhanced its operation by strengthening links between the different departments of the library. So the library is a total of around 70 people divided in 4 departments: information and reference services, the research department, document processing and cataloging, and the archives and records management department. So traditionally, a lot of these departments were working mostly in silos, and in the last years we've been trying to work more together to speak to each other. So we deepen our relationship between the information and reference services and the research department. We also had some extra help from our cataloging peers regarding monitoring requests. So we've been trying to deepen our links and work more together, more closely together. We also created or promoted a one-stop email address. So before, every department had its own email address, and it got a bit confusing for our clients to know, well, should I write to the research service? Should I write to the information and reference services if I need this? And it's not the job of our users to know how we divide the work in our institutions. So we decided, well, there's one email address, there's one phone number, and then we will distribute the request to where it's supposed to be. So that was also very helpful. And these efforts, they have yielded significant results because we started sending out a satisfaction survey in 2023 to the political sector, to everyone who has used our services. And we have been getting great results on the quality of work that was done, on the usefulness of results provided, very positive comments. So these are the results for 2023, but we had similar results for 2024. And we noticed also an augmentation of the volume of requests made to the information service. So about 75% during the first month of the legislature in 2022 versus 2018, which was the past legislature, and about 111% of augmentation during the second month. And I want to finish with this quote from the whip of the official opposition, which was made in April 2024 during the budgetary estimates exercise that happens every year. And basically what she said is that, I'll do the translation version, says, Mr. the Clerk referred to the library as a service that we have and that is little known. So I'd like to tell you that more and more I'm calling on the library's resources, and I'm always impressed by the quality of the work we receive, the analysis that's done. I'll tell you that in my office we're using it more and more, something that, I'll be very honest with you, I wasn't doing a few years ago. So Mr. the Clerk, keep up the good work. And that for me is extremely, extremely positive, and it means that we are going in the right direction and that what we're doing is working. So we'll keep up the good work, as Mrs. Roti said, and we'll keep improving our promotion to keep our services appealing. We'll stay alert on what our user needs, reinforce our strategic place within the Assemblée Nationale, and deepen our collaboration between departments of the library. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quite impressive. I want to ask you some questions after. We continue with North America, and we are very happy to receive Ms. Julia Taylor and Ms. Jennifer Manning from the Library of Congress. They will talk to us about innovative approaches to supporting constituent services.
Okay. Good morning. Are the slides okay? Sorry. Okay, here's our initial slide. Good morning, everyone. Jennifer and I are here to talk about some initiatives that we've done in the past few years related to our constituent services. So we thought we would start with an introduction. I'm Julia Taylor. I'm the Assistant Director for CRS for the Knowledge Services Group. I've been with CRS for 15 years. I'm also currently on the IFLA PARL Standing Committee. And I'll let Jennifer introduce herself.
And I'm Jennifer Manning. I'm a senior research librarian in our Government and Finance Division. I'm an embedded librarian in one of our research divisions. I'm also our correspondent to the ECPRD, and I have been at the Congressional Research Service for an astonishingly long time, so 33 years. I went there right after graduate school. So we want to give you a little bit of background. We want to talk a little bit about some innovations that we're doing with our written products, some innovations we're doing with our programs for congressional staff. We want to talk about a new initiative we have called the Agency Connection Center. I want to talk a little bit of our website, and then at the very end of the panel, we'll take questions. So, again, we are the Congressional Research Service, or CRS. We're the parliamentary research service for the Congress and the Vice President, because the Vice President is the President of the Senate. And we've been doing this since 1914. We are part of the Library of Congress, which is our national library, but CRS does not have an explicit public support mission, so we're only working for Congress. However, service to constituents is a really important part of the role of the member of Congress. The United States doesn't have much of a tradition of ombuds to assist public who have problems with the federal government. So instead, citizens often ask for assistance from their representatives in Congress. This is often called congressional casework. So congressional offices will actually serve as liaisons between their constituents and a federal government office to resolve a problem. And citizens also ask for assistance in identifying sources of government or private foundation money for their needs or their business or their nonprofit. And in recent years, for a variety of reasons, Congress has seen a really large increase in inquiries from constituents for this kind of assistance. So each member of Congress, and we have 541 of them, including our delegates, each member of Congress receives hundreds of requests each year from citizens. And so congressional offices in turn are asking CRS for more assistance in this area. And we've also received formal direction from our oversight committees in the House to expand our support of constituent services work. So, looking at our written products for members and staff. Traditionally, our published products have been mostly analytical, mostly policy focused and static, all about the PDF. In recent years, we have started producing more how-to reports for congressional staff that are working with constituents. So you see an example here for staff working with constituents who are looking for money for their local community for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure products. So we have how-to products for helping constituents who have healthcare issues or are looking for money for the arts, things like that. We're also creating more internal templates and standard language to help us answer these requests because we have such a high volume of these requests. We are also currently working on a system to tag certain written reports that are focused on constituent service, to tag them with more metadata, showing that they are good for helping constituents, so congressional staff can more quickly find those reports among all of our other reports that are more policy focused. Now we also have the capacity to create interactive graphics, and we also have a GIS office that can produce custom maps of and data about member districts. So our second example, that is actually a map of Northern California showing tribal lands. And so we can produce custom maps for a member of Congress showing different aspects of their district. We are also starting to produce what we're calling data workbooks on our website, giving congressional staff the ability to manipulate and customize data themselves to suit their own needs. So one of our first one is a data workbook with district census information that can be customized for each of our 435 House members. So we're actually giving them an Excel spreadsheet that they can then use to do their own data manipulation. And giving them data tools is a new thing for us. And in terms of our programs, our classes for staff, for many years we've offered a training program for congressional staff that are stationed out in the district and state offices. These are the staff that are doing most of the constituent service work. Almost a third of congressional staff in the United States are actually based out in the states in small offices rather than based in Washington, D.C. So before COVID, they had to travel to Washington for most of their training, but now we're offering more of these sessions virtually so more staff can attend. And we're also creating more training products designed to help congressional staff help constituents. More targeted training. So this example here is a video for staff that help constituents who have problems with the military or with military veterans having issues with agencies. Several of our librarians recently offered a class for congressional staff on how to research specific federal government statistics for their congressional district, and we had more staff register than we actually had space. And yesterday, the librarian who created this interactive data workbook that I just mentioned, this Congressional District Geography Workbook, taught a webinar on how to use it. I haven't heard how it went, but I'm sure it was great.
Okay, so next I'm going to talk about two projects that I worked on in the past year. The first being the Agency Connection Center, which was actually an initiative from the House of Representatives Committee on House Administration, where they were making some changes to the physical space in the Longworth House Office building. As part of this initiative, they co-located agencies that do a lot of constituent work into a space in the basement level, and CRS was invited to participate in that initiative. So it's, again, agencies that are aimed at helping members of the public. So you can see on the slide we have a list there of some of the agencies. So for example, the Social Security Administration would be able to help constituents who may have questions about their retirement benefits. And pictured there is the grand opening of the space. So we began staffing the space in February, but then the grand opening was in March. It's staffed from 10 to 4 by librarians and programs office staff, as well as our congressional inquiry unit that takes in our requests from our clients. In addition to the office, there's also a conference room space so that our analysts and attorneys can give briefings to congressional staff in the House office building where their offices are. So we're bringing our services to them by participating in this space. The other initiative that I wanted to talk about is our CRS.gov website. So this would be the website that our congressional clients see. We are in the midst of redesigning that website, and we're following a user-centered design, which means we're really trying to focus on the feedback that we're getting from our congressional clients about what they want to see on our website. And one piece of that feedback was that it was really difficult to find information on our constituent services. So on our current site, you can see, might be a little small, the font, but we have a section called Resources, which our clients told us really didn't tell them what you would expect to find on a page called Resources. So as part of that redesign, we're making it very clear by using the term constituent services and casework so clients know what they can find. And then, as we said, we'll answer questions at the end, but that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and right on time. Now we will hear from Mr. Dajama Kofi Sanguya and Ms. Sohani Animaye Biyante Afeto. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right. From the National Assembly of Togo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We come from the National Assembly of Togo. My name is Sangia Dajama Kofi. I am the head of the research section. This is my colleague, Madame Biyante Afeto. She is the head of the archive section. Before beginning my our presentation. I want to thank the Spain Senate, particularly the documentation, library and archival direction for the hospitality and the best organization of this annual conference. So, our presentation is focused on the content management system, data and documents of the Parliamentary Research Documentation Service of the National Assembly. Introduction. In view of the dematerialization and digitalization of the activities of the Togolese National Assembly in general and the Parliamentary Documentation and Research Department, a computer solution has been implemented. The objective of this presentation is to present the technical and functional characteristics of this platform. It is a platform capable of managing electronically not only all administrative, legal, and legislative documents by promoting collaborative work, but also by integrating communication, reception, both internally and externally, the production of the Parliamentary Research Documentation Service. Our presentation will structure around 3 points. The first point will be on how to access the platform. Second, we will present the process of integrating and disseminating data on the platform. Finally, the third point will focus on data archiving and retention that my colleague will present. This is the main page of the platform. I want to present the technical and access characteristics. Access to the general interface. The platform interface is a full web interface, so it is accessible to all users regardless of their rights via an internet browser. You can use Mozilla, Firefox, Microsoft, and so on. The platform is responsive or adapted to smartphone and tablets. Management of access rights. Access rights are differentiated for each user. Generally, to access the platform, you need a username and a password. We have 4 profiles, but here I list 3. You have the administrator, the space manager, and the reader. The second point is the process of integrating and disseminating data on the platform. The platform provides us with several functionalities in the exercise of our activity. You have 10, but here I will present 2, namely 2. 1, the activity and document creation feature and the search feature. Activity and document creation functionality. This is the main feature because it allows to create and integrate legislative production and research production. When creating a document, the user must select project document based in which to create documents. You must select the thematic folder in which to create also the documents. You must select the type of document to create and the type of document that condition the input form. The system allows to move a document, to copy a document into another folder anywhere in the portal tray. It allows us to automatically block the consultation of a document, of any document by other users when the document is not validated and when the document is being modified. The system allows to attach multiple files to a single document and store large files, minimum 1 gigabit. They accept field format are, you have the classic doc and also any multimedia JPEG, web, HTML, and so on. The particularity is that a field can be converted to PDF after the document is validated. You have another option is an anonymous download. With this option, you can create your own specific sending directories so that other people can send out files without having to log into the system and without being a user of the application. Okay. The point 2, the search function. The document search feature is available on the all page of the platform. It allows to simple or advanced search. The system generates advanced search form that can be configured by the administrator or manager according to the type of the document being searched. The field suggests as search criteria vary depending on the type of document selected. The search can be made on all fields, enter, and the full text of the portal on the full text and metadata of attached files. Two types of search are possible for all users: simple and multi-criteria. Two document viewing formats for all users are available: display of search results, the complete record of the document. The system sorts search results according to different criteria. Example: date, relevance, author, workplace. Another functionality, this allows for evaluation to be made on the following points: the number of references of the document, the most frequently consulted type of document, the way in which research is formulate the criteria most often used, the most frequently used keyword, and so on. I will give the flag to my colleague to finalize, to continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dajama. I will talk about archiving and retention. Data archiving and retention. An automatic archiving system is integrated into the platform. These features allow you to manage the version and revision of the file associated with a document by keeping a complete history of all file versions from creation to destruction of the document, automatic archive or earlier version of the file. The file version value is available in 2 levels, version and revision. The user is left to choose whether to increment the version or revision number of the document. The system displays a history of new items and updates regarding document space and the seats. For example, the last created of modified validate documents, document log for modification, username and modification dates, new feeders available. The tool's configuration is saved automatically. The system is based on internal and external servers. Conclusion. These are the technical characteristics and functionalities of the data management platform of the Assembly, of the National Assembly, Party Research and Documentation Service. It's very important tools that facilitate the reception, possession, communication, management, storage, and preservation of data or production of research service and documentation, the National Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It sounds like you have done a very big work there. I've seen the site, it's very good.
Thank you.
You will give us just 2 minutes to change on the back stage. And now I will call Mr. Mario Pil from the German Bundestag and Mr. Dong Young Lee from NARS in the Republic of Korea, and Narichara Phetpanaporn from the National Assembly of Thailand to take the floor.
Okay, ready everyone? Good morning everyone. I'm Mario Pil. I work for the Library of the German Bundestag, and I'm the head of the Request and Research Service Division. And to who knows Holger, he is on vacation, so it's up to me to speak here. The subject of my lecture today is the Bundestag Library User Survey, which we conducted in April this year. We used this survey to evaluate satisfaction with our services. The library last carried out a similar survey in 2011, a long time ago, I think, which was very successful. Based on its results, we were able to introduce some new services and improve existing ones. So I have some technical difficulties, I think. Okay. No. This. Okay. Why did we choose to conduct a survey now? Even 3 years after the end of the pandemic, we have seen a continued decline in library use and a change in user behavior, as you know. The move towards electronic information and new forms of communication while moving away from traditional library use is certainly part of the digital change. However, this trend was strongly accelerated by the closure of reading rooms in 2020 and 2021. The shift in services from the library's physical premises to the virtual sphere, the progressive digitalization of work process, and the move to working from home across the board from 2020. As a result of this, we not only ask questions about user satisfaction with the library's existing services, but also specific questions about the digital use of information. The library hoped so that the responses would offer suggestions for a further improvement in its range of services and indicate any current weaknesses, so it could usefully introduce new digital resources and services. How did we manage? Just a minute. Okay. The survey was conducted online with the main user groups. We are not open for the public, so we only asked the members of the parliament and their staff, the staff of the Bundestag administration, and the staff of the parliamentary groups being contacted by email, and asked for their opinion of the library services. In technical terms, the library used the survey software Lime Survey. So how we create the questions. We grouped the survey questions into 5 categories. First of all, questions about the individual. Who uses our services and how often do users work from home? Followed by use of the library. For what purposes are our online service used? We ask about catalog researches, ordering items, electronic resources, and information about the library. We also ask about our media resources. Which subject areas do people want? And especially, do people prefer to access information in analog or digital form? We ask about our OPAC. What view do people take of the functions and features of the library's electronic catalogs? And about our services. How satisfied our users with the request and research service and the information provided by the library? How satisfied are users with the tools we offer? Our library offers a range of events to inform people about how to use the library and about the services we offer on site and online. Are people aware of this? The respondents could choose from a range of answers for each category, but after every section, there was also an opportunity for respondents to respond freely to the individual questions and to set out their suggestions and wishes regarding the library services. So, as our results, the respondents rate and the results of the survey were very encouraging. We received 582 responses, including 11 from members of parliament. The great majority of the responses came from the Bundestag administration and the members' Berlin-based staff. So, the most important results are that the satisfaction rate is very high and that there is a clear desire for a further expansion in electronic resources. However, we also found that users are unaware of many of our services. In almost every area we inquired, about 75 to 87% of respondents were very satisfied with the library's work. But as expected, the progressive digitalization of work process and the shift to electronic resources is indeed visible in how the library is being used. Users also expressed satisfaction with the library media resources, but they did often say that they would like an even wider range of items to be available in digital forms. While the users of the Bundestag library still prefer to read books and longer publications in print, there is a clear trend towards accessing digital versions of essays from journals or collections. The dissatisfaction rate for all responses was below 14%. The lowest rating was given to the library catalogs navigation. we were very surprised to find out that many people are unaware of our services. 60 to 75% of the library users stated that they did not know about the training we offer, such as our guided tours on Wednesday or the digital induction session we hold via WebEx. Especially constituency staff who cannot work on site are not aware of our digital services. While there was a high satisfaction rate for our request and research service at more than 70%, 23% of respondents stated that they were not aware of this service. The free text responses are worthwhile for us. There were many good suggestions about how our services could be improved. For example, the process of requesting a library card was seen as being too complicated, and people said that they would like a book scanner for the reading room. What added value does a user survey offers for libraries? Personally, I think feedback from our users is very important when it comes to developing our range of services further. Many of the answers and wishes were things that we had suspected or even considered, but we had never been able to verify it. So how did we react of the results? Soon after the survey ended and the results had been analyzed, we sent out a Bundestag-wide notice thanking everyone for their participation. In some cases, we were able to take action quickly. We immediately changed the process for requesting a library card. Especially users had pointed out that there was no option for members of parliament to sign the authorization form digitally. A digital signature is now possible, and the request can be submitted by email. Regarding the book scanner, we were able to tell users that the Bundestag already has one, and it will soon be set up by the relevant IT division. As far as expanding the range of digital media is concerned, we informed our users that the library is constantly working on this, but that in this area, as in others, we have to ensure cost effectiveness and financial feasibility. In view of the dissatisfaction expressed about the library catalog, we have raised these issues with the relevant software company, and we are pressing for solutions. But what is the crucial benefit of a user survey? In my view, and this is the final point I would like to make, a parliamentary library has a duty to ensure that our services also reach modern library users. By conducting the survey and publishing the results, we were able to raise awareness among a broad group of respondents about apparently less well-known services such as training and tours. A majority of parliamentarians and an even larger proportion of their staff belong to the generation of digital natives who primarily seek information on the internet. We need to ensure our range of services reach these people. There is still more to be done to archive this, and we will be taking some unconventional steps to promote our services. We have already started to draft promotional texts from the library in modern language, and we are advertising our services on monitors set up in all of the Bundestag's buildings. And we will soon have brightly colored, snappily written leaflets at advertising in the canteens. Targeted advertising to a younger generation is the best way to convince them of the value of library in their search of information. So, in conclusion, our problem is not the satisfaction of our users who know us already. Problem is the unawareness of our services, as Caroline said a few minutes ago. We have an info table, we have newsletters, we have an AI group, we have guided tours, and we have reference services. We have a bulletin of new arrivals in the library. But how to reach and how to catch our users, it's a problem. So if you have any ideas, they are very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario, very much. It's a good thing to have a survey from now and then because we're in the inside and we don't actually realize very much. Now we will hear from Mr. Dong Young Lee from NARS, the Republic of Korea, Assistant Service for Legislative Impact Analysis of the NARS in Korea. Go ahead. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. My name is Dong-Young Lee. I work at the National Assembly Research Service of the Republic of Korea. It's an honor to have the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here to present an overview of the Assistant Service for Legislative Impact Analysis that our organization is currently implementing. The order of the presentations will be as follows. First, I will introduce the National Assembly and National Assembly Research Service. Next, I will explain the background and process of introducing legislative impact analysis in Korea, along with our organization's effort to implement it. Finally, I will discuss our organization's new objective, scientification of legislation. The legislative body of the Republic of Korea is the National Assembly, known as 국회 in Korean. It was established on May 31st, 1948, with a 4-year term, and the 22nd National Assembly is currently in session. The National Assembly is unicameral and follows a multi-party system consisting of 300 members. It's responsible for enacting laws, approving the national budget, and auditing government activities. The National Assembly Research Service, the NARS, is the only research agency within the National Assembly and serves as a think tank comprised of experts covering all legislative and policy issues. The NARS was established on March 25th, 2007, and recently celebrated its 17th anniversary. It's located on the fourth floor of the National Assembly Library building, as shown in this picture. The NARS consists of 3 research offices and 12 teams with a total of 126 staff members. The National Assembly of the Republic of Korea has a total of 17 standing committees, and the NARS is responsible for supporting all of them. The core task of the NARS is to provide research and analysis reports, and we have recently recorded 90,000 cases. This is a sample of the research paper. These papers are provided exclusively to the member of the National Assembly who requested the research and are not disclosed to the public or other members of the National Assembly who didn't request them. Our additional responsibilities include disseminating various reports, providing consultations, holding expert meetings, and supporting seminars for members of the National Assembly. In the Republic of Korea, both members of the National Assembly and the government can draft and submit bills to the National Assembly. However, as there is no legislative impact analysis system in the legislature, sufficient and careful review of proposed bill is not being conducted. Particularly while the number of bills proposed by members of the National Assembly is increasing rapidly, the passage rate is significantly lower than that of government bills. In some cases, certain laws are poorly drafted, overlapping, or may cause conflict. This can be attributed to the lack of a system for analyzing the impact of bills proposed by members of the National Assembly. Such hasty legislation can lead to social confusion, conflicts, and additional societal costs. To provide an example, in 2020, a law known as the Tada Ban Act was passed by the National Assembly, which banned new transportation platform businesses. Since this law reflected only the interests of the taxi industry, the other industries, citizens, and the government opposed the bill even before its implementation, but it was passed. Subsequently, it caused severe social division and controversy. Eventually, the Supreme Court ruled that the platform businesses was not guilty, which led to a consensus within the legislature regarding the need for impact analysis of proposed bills. Legislative impact analysis is essential for creating good laws. Good laws should be clearly understood by citizens, lawyers, and judges, along with the Constitution, be fair to everyone, effectively achieve the legislative purpose, and efficiently address social issues. Additionally, they must not conflict with the existing legal framework. Since legislative impact analysis leads to the creation of good laws, it can serve society and enhance societal benefits. The NARS has been working to introduce a legislative impact analysis system in the National Assembly. Since 2010, we have been conducting pilot projects to analyze the impact of existing laws. We have published more than 80 reports to date. This is a sample report. This report includes the legislative impact of the Chemical Substance Control Act of the Republic of Korea. The analysis showed that while this law has achieved success in the production of chemical substance information, it has not met its legislative goals regarding the utilization of that information. All reports published by the NARS are available on the NARS webpage. So if you are interested, please feel free to check them out. As part of an effort to introduce a legislative impact analysis system, the NARS launched a pilot project in 2023 to analyze the impact of proposed bills. A task force was established, research and seminars were held, a new system was built, and 13 ex-ante legislative impact analysis reports were completed. Recently, we also published a manual for writing legislative impact analysis reports. Additionally, since 2023, we have supported the proposal of an amendment to the National Assembly Act to institutionalize legislative impact analysis within the National Assembly. We have been working to educate and persuade lawmakers while also raising awareness among the media and civil society through seminars. In 2024, we are collaborating with the UNDP to share our legislative impact analysis pilot project with the international community. In this context, the NARS has adopted a new goal or slogan, scientification of legislation. It refers to strengthening and supporting policy analysis, research, reporting, and legislative impact analysis through objective data and scientific methodologies. This is another pillar of our efforts to institutionalize legislative impact analysis, as explained earlier. To support the scientification of legislation, the NARS launched the Assistance Center for Scientific Legislation Analysis this past August. This temporary organization based on regulations consists of 15 experts selected from the office staff who excel in analytical techniques and scientific statistical analysis capacity. Its purpose is to assist and provide data to staff in conducting quantitative analytical research, preparing statistical reports, and performing scientific legislative impact analysis. Since its launch last August, the center has worked on identifying and visualizing the data needed by the research office, providing statistical data for analysis, offering consultation on analysis design and methodology requested by the research office, educating and training on methodologies, and studying overseas case examples. Moving forward, we plan to hold seminars on legislative impact analysis methodologies and develop a Korean-style legislative impact analysis framework. The NARS will spare no effort in supporting the successful establishment of a legislative impact analysis system in the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The scientification of legislation, I like it very much. It's very good. And now we will hear from Ms. Naritharafet Panapon from the National Assembly of Thailand, Hacking to the Intent of Constitution 2017.
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello everyone. My name is Nalisala Petpanaporn. I am a librarian from National Assembly Library of Thailand. Today, I present on behalf of Ms. Nitcha Sondi. She is the initiative of this project. First of all, I would like to thank you, IFLA PARL team, for giving me this opportunity to share our work. At the beginning, I would like to give you a brief background of Thailand. The official name of Thailand is the Kingdom of Thailand. We are located in the mainland Southeast Asia with the population almost 72 million. In 1932, Thailand's system of administration was changed from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy. Nowadays, under Constitution 2017, the House of Representatives comprises 500 members and the Senate comprises 200 members. This is the library. National Assembly Library of Thailand. We have a short name like NALT. NALT holds hard copies of all legislative documents from 1932. All of them were digitized, cataloged, stored, and carried in the repository in order to serve people accessible searches of the documents anytime, anywhere, on any device. Anyway, there is something we overlook. To be honest, last year, library users addressed the obstacles in accessing the minutes of meeting of the Constitutional Drafting Commission 2013, which was only in one set of bound documents in the library, which not digitized yet. So we decided to start the digitization project with apply with the hackathon concept. The main idea of hackathon is to make a complicated work with large amounts of data and bring group of people who interested in IT, bring them work together to find a solution in a short time. So this project was combined the creative ideas from the stakeholders, including members of House of Representatives, parliamentary officials, and the public sector. So there are three main steps of the development process in this project. We began to convert the minutes of digital format and integrated them into the design system. But because of the structure of Thai language is quite complex due to the characters and tones. Furthermore, there are no space between words, so it's challenging to tell where the one word ends and the another one begins. And then we verify the accuracy of data to match the original one. We do the triple check. And the last step, the significant step, was to create a search system to visualize the draft of the drafting process of each article, allowing comparison of changes at each state. Finally, we got the prototype. The website enables users to search, to read, and study the drafting process of each article, and it's already published on the library's website. This is an embarkation of open data that encourages transparency, participation, accountability throughout the legislative process. Yes, in March this year, we launched the website and celebrate our team's effort. The operation period is only 173 days, from September last year to March this year. All the implementation operated without spending budget. According to the public participation spectrum, as you see this spectrum, it shows that we reached the collaborative level. It means we look for an advice and innovation in formulating solutions. So what are the next steps? We follow the Web Content Accessibility Guidance, or WCAG. At the level AA conformance is the standard by the legal requirements adjust. Continuing develop a search strategy, form users' requirement, and keep the fans of library as a volunteer to continue the library's project. So I finished my presentation here. This is Ms. Nisha Sondi, the initiative. She's on the stage in the Smart Talk last month to tell about her story, our story about the volunteer project. So feel free to ask her. This is her email. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any questions for any of the speakers? Ms. Caroline Menard, Julia Taylor, and Jennifer Manning, the colleagues from the Assembly of Togo, Mario Pil, Dong Yung Lee, or Narichara Fetpanapon. Yes, Ms. Rosales.
Thank you, Livia. For Dong Yung-Lee, the manual for great legislative impact analysis is published in the internet?
Not yet. It's just published in our company, so it will be used for educate and enhance the capacity of our company steps only. But maybe few months later, it will be open to the public, I think. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Nyoro Isaiah from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. Compliments to the presentation by Julia and her colleague on CRIS and the innovation aspect of constituent services. I'm much to know about the CRIS services. Are these centers apolitical in terms of information provision in regard to being non-partisan and confidentiality? Because my study, I did a detailed study, which is part of my PhD, in Southern Africa. One of the challenges that face constituent information centers is that of being non-partisan. So I would want to know about that. And also, this may be directed to Julia. The innovative approach to constituent services, is the approach within the confines of the CRIS, or is it a separate project on its own? That's my first question. Then my second question is directed to Mario Piero, forgive me about my pronunciation, the Bundestag. Are you now witnessing the impact of your survey with regards to user attitude? Because it's very difficult to change the attitude of people on with regards to services. Are you now witnessing the impact of the service? Then the other questions will come during other interactions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. So the first question on nonpartisanship, I think one of the best ways that we strive to be nonpartisan is our review process at CRS. So for all the written products that we provide, and even for presentations, we go through a multi-level review process. So the first stage of review would be a peer review, where you would send something to your colleague. They would read it over and see if they saw any objectivity issues with the product. And then a first-line supervisor would do then a section-level review, again looking for those types of partisan issues and whether it's good writing, and we have manuals that describe what you should look for during the review process. Then we have a division level review, which as the leader of a division, I review everything that comes out of my division, including some of the GIS services that Jennifer mentioned in her presentation. I was reviewing a map just last night. And then finally, we have a review office that's part of our director's office, and they do a final level of review for looking for partisan issues in our writing. So I think that that's one of the fundamental ways in which we try to catch those types of issues. And then you had also asked about the constituent services, and I think Jennifer and I both think that that is something that we are seeing house-wide is an increased activities for constituents. Even our congressional offices are telling us that they're doing more and more constituent services, and therefore asking for our support in that role as well. Did you want to add anything?
So many people believe that one reason why more and more citizens are asking their members of Congress for assistance is that during the pandemic, like in many countries, we had a lot of new government assistance programs for, small businesses and things like that. And so there were a lot of new government funding programs available for citizens. And so that kind of, a lot of citizens, think those programs still exist. They don't, but they are asking for that money, and it just kind of opened more citizens' eyes that the federal government might be a source for government funding. They also ask us for assistance with identifying private funding, say for a charitable foundation, if they are running a nonprofit or a local museum or something like that. They ask us for that assistance as well.
So if I understand you right, I'm sorry, it's not your fault, my English is terrible. But you ask about the weaknesses of our services, is that right?
I asked about the impact of your survey with regard, after the survey, was there a change in the user attitude regarding what you wanted to find out?
After the survey? We do not know this yet, but I think the constituency staff, which are not on site, they have a promotion from us from the results that we gave them, and they know now that they could use our digital services from their constituency. You know what I mean? So we have some new users after the survey.
Yes, please.
Hola, buenos días.
Okay, good morning. Laia Casares from the Regional Parliament of Catalonia. This is a question for Mario Peel from the Bundestag. So you mentioned that through your surveys, you realized that there were many users or many staff of the Bundestag that didn't know your services. So my question would be, how did you manage to involve everyone in the Bundestag to answer to your survey? Because we have tried to send surveys out in my regional parliament, but we saw that we had very, very few responses. So how did you do it? How did you manage to get people to answer your surveys and to have such a big number of people?
Advertising. We sent out an email to everyone in the German Bundestag who belongs to the German Bundestag, administration, the staff of the MPs, and the staff of the parliamentary group. So we have a functional email, so we can send out and reach almost 3,000 people. So that's the first way. And we have a respondents about 582. Looks like a small number of respondents, but we could see that the link of the survey was clicked 1,000 times. So that's the first one. And we promote our survey on our info table. And we promote our survey by flyers, which we gave when somebody is lending a book. So we give the flyer in the book. And that's and the monitors. Also, advertising.
I have also a question for Mario still.
I was afraid.
So we bombard you today with questions. No, for the survey, I was wondering if in your responses, if clients hinted at the cost of using your service. So let's say, even if it's free, so to speak, if there's no financial cost, did they hint at the efforts they need to make to use you? And is that a factor in the usage or non-usage, you think?
I don't understand you, I'm sorry.
I mean, when they want to use us, to use your services, do they need to make a lot of effort to get there, to get a memo, to get an answer to their question? And is that an issue that was flagged in their answers to your survey?
No, they could come to us and we gave them a question. It's very quick and that's it. We can discuss this by coffee later.
Are there any other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohamed Sadiq from Ghana Parliament. My question goes to Caroline. In your presentation, you've made mention of fostering internal collaboration. Did you come by any problem with regards to how to foster the collaboration of the internal collaboration? And if you've found maybe problems with regards to that, how did you resolve it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. That's a very relevant question indeed. It comes a little bit, I think, with a cultural change also in the institution in terms of communicating more with your colleagues and making sure that everybody sees the benefits of working closely with your colleagues. We tried to create also informal events where people could exchange and share about their work. We started a series of presentations last year that in French are called faire connaissance, which is aimed at knowing the work, getting to know the work of our colleagues that are working either in the archives, in the cataloging department, in the research department, to get to know more about what they are doing. In terms of challenges, it's interesting because the research department historically at the National Assembly of Quebec was not part of the library before. It got integrated into the library maybe more than 10, 15 years ago. And they are perhaps the only team that does not have a library studies background. So for them, I think it was particularly beneficial to learn a little bit about the world of what is a librarian, what is cataloging, what is indexing, and data documentation, records management also. And for us, it was very interesting to learn also about their work. So I think that was mainly there was mainly benefits in the process. In terms of other challenges to collaboration, well, it also comes, I think, from the direction of the library. You need to have managers that will set the tone and that will create these events where you can actually share knowledge and learn about your colleagues, and everybody has to keep an open mind in that case. But I think that it was very easy to see the benefits, because often when we were working separately in silos, work was being done twice, basically. There was repetition of work, and that is very frustrating for everyone. So the fact that we got more effective and people could use their time in a better way was definitely a main advantage, a main benefit in the process.
Now, if there are there? Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yes, a question for Don Young Lee. I would like to know, so you were talking about analysis of legislative information. Is that coming from NAS, first of all? And I would like to know how it has been accepted by political parties and parliamentary groups. Do they accept your work, or do they have any issues with your analysis?
Thank you for your ask me. In Korean, there are many obstacles, very many obstacles from the members of the parliaments objected the scheme of the system, because he suggests, she's saying that this system is conflicting with their rights to making law. So when the MP suggests bills to National Assembly, then our analysis or report about the bills. These bills is analysis. This bill is impact the social, some negative impact or positive impact. This is the MPs think it's it's an obstacle in our company. Then it's a very struggle to improvement point is that the institutionalized system is a little simple and easy. That the MP, we suggested the MP, then in the situation, many MPs know that the system is necessary in the Korea. But after that, it's very important, very important, but very hard very important and hard to implement it with the scientific methodologies. How can we analyze the impact of the bills within the scientific methods or objective data? So we are we are very many we have many opportunity to educate and improve the capacity of our NARS. Thank you.
We can, if there are any other questions, we can continue at the lobby because we also have a coffee break and a poster session. Thank you very much, all of you. It was a great session.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start our fourth session. Just waiting for everyone to get settled. I think we're all back. So welcome, everyone. My name is Julia Anderson, and I'm the secretary of IFLA PARL. And I'd just like to, again, thank Josefa for making this all happen, and thank our wonderful hosts. They're gracious hosts. Thank you to the staff here at the Senate. And also to thank the Standing Committee, who worked so hard to make this also happen. Two important pieces of business before we start our fourth session. First of all, we've had some requests for certificates of attendance. If you do require one, please email Leela and I under our email addresses, IFLA PARL Secretary and Information Coordinator. You can find our email addresses, I believe, on the IFLA website, or just connect with us over the next, I guess this afternoon. A second important piece of business is that our Portuguese Standing Committee member, Leonor, it's her birthday today. So I wanted everyone, please join me in singing happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leonor. Happy birthday to you. And many happy returns. So now we can officially start our fourth session. So this session is about what's new. So we're going to start off with regional updates. So first of all, I'll invite Carolyn to give the update from Canada, from APLIC.
Thank you, Julie. So for those of you who may not know, APLIC is the Association of Parliamentary Libraries in Canada. And it is made up of 11 members representing the National Library of Parliament, as well as 10 of the 12 provincial and territorial legislative libraries. So since the last IFLA PARL meeting, APLIC has held two national conferences in Ottawa in September of 2023 and in Yellowknife in the Northwestern Territories in September 2024. And both of these events were also available virtually online. These were both occasions for library staff from our 11 member institutions to exchange on topics of common interest, such as outreach to parliamentary officials, reference services, emergency planning, artificial intelligence guidelines and testing, managing of parliamentary documents published electronically, planning accessible online and in-person services, and evacuating Yellowknife, including the Northwest Territories Legislative Library, due to a forest fire risk that they had last year. The directors of the member libraries also meet quarterly to ensure the business of the association is ongoing and maintains outreach to the Canadian Parliamentary Review and region of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. They also maintain outreach to the Government of Canada Depository Services Program for federal government publications, and Gallup, which is a catalog of parliamentary publications, among others. APLIC also has a bulletin, a bulletin, a newsletter, which is published twice a year and is circulated to members by email. It is also shared on the APLIC website. So this allows member libraries to keep up on events in each other libraries and also in their broader legislators. APLIC conducts an annual survey that allows members to compare client size, usage statistics, staffing, budgets, and more useful data. And also, it is noteworthy to mention that there will be a change in leadership at the Library of Parliament of Canada, since the parliamentary librarian, Dr. Heatherlenk, will be retiring, and Christine Ivory will be appointed October 21st. This is the reason why, unfortunately, many of our dear colleagues in the Library of Parliament couldn't come to the event this week, because they're currently managing the process between changing parliamentary librarian. And to anybody who has known Dr. Lank, she is an amazing person, amazing professional, and I'd like to wish her a happy retirement on behalf of IFLA PARL, and a very well-deserved retirement as well. And just to also add a bit of information, I am giving out this update for APLIC, but in the name of Joanna Smith, who is the APLIC secretary, and Peter Gourlay from British Columbia, who is the APLIC's president. And if anybody has any questions or wishes to engage with APLIC or to know more about the association, it will be my pleasure to answer questions or put you in contact with us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Caroline. And now I'll invite Julia and Jennifer to give a report from the United States.
All right, thank you. So at the last IFLA PARL meeting, I had announced that Mary Mazanek had stepped down as the director of CRS and that Robert Newland was going to be serving as our interim director. So I'm very happy to announce at this year's IFLA PARL meeting that we have a new director in place. Dr. Karen Donfried started at CRS on September 23rd, and we're thrilled to have her. Dr. Donfried is a former Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs. She was also formerly the president of the German Marshall Fund, and most notably a former CRS employee. So we're very, again, thrilled to have someone who understands CRS at the helm. Some other activities. We've been, the CRS has been working with the library's LC Labs group on some AI experiments. LC Labs is a group within the technology office of the library that tries to take on innovative projects. And so most notably, they've been working on an experiment on bill summaries with us. So just to see if services might be useful for generating those bill summaries for us. CRS also has an AI working group made up of analysts, attorneys, and librarians within CRS who are also doing some experiments. This past year, we looked at whether we could use AI to do some court case summaries using some of the commercial databases that we have. If any of you are familiar with Lexis and Westlaw, we've been looking at those two summaries and the AI components within them to see if we could use those for court case summaries. As I mentioned previously, that we're working on an update or a redesign to our website, and again, we're partnering with our Office of Technology and their design specialists and taking a user-centered approach, as I mentioned. And then the Congress.gov team has been working on digitizing some historic versions of our public laws, and that's in collaboration with the Law Library of Congress and the Government Publishing Office. And then finally, we wanted to mention the library has also been working on digitizing some of its foreign law materials, including some historic Spanish materials from the 15th and 19th century. The project is called Herencia, I hope I pronounced that correctly. And so they're using a crowdsourcing mechanism to help us with some of the translations. So if any of you are interested, we'll be happy to provide you a link to that project to help us with that. And then Jennifer was going to talk about some of our regional legislatures.
I wanted to mention our National Conference of State Legislatures. So yesterday we were talking about Red Parlamenta and the autonomous regions of Spain. So in the United States we have 50 states and 6 territories. So there is an organization of National Conference of State Legislatures, which is ncsl.org. They have full-time employees, which are a great research resource to us, but they also have different staff associations, and one of them is for legislative research librarians within the states. And they had their annual conference last week. Some of our colleagues attended, and one of their conference topics was AI in legislative research. one thing to know about NCSL is they have a very robust state legislative tracking operation. So they maintain databases of legislation in all 50 state legislatures on popular topics. So, for example, laws on abortion, self-driving vehicles, cannabis, artificial intelligence. And this is a great resource for us because a member of Congress may want to know what the abortion laws are in all 50 states, and that is very time-consuming to do. But luckily, NCSL often does that for us. They also monitor developments in parliamentary administration on the state level. So, for example, what state legislatures allow parliamentarians to participate remotely. That's the type of thing that they track. So I can talk to you more about that if you're interested, but they have a public website that you can use as well.
Great. Thank you very much, Julia and Jennifer. So now I'd like to invite Janice and Evangelina to give an update from by PARLAC.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm Janice from the Brazilian Chamber of Deputies Library. And I'm here with Evangelina Cabrera from the Library of Paraguay. And I'm here to share some updates about the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament Libraries Network. And, oops. So the network has been running since 2017, and we have members from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Panama, Parlamento Andino, Peru, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, and Venezuela. So as you can see, we are getting more members every year, so we are really happy about that. We had our third meeting in 2023 or 22, and it was in Argentina, and it was a very good time to get together and meet with everyone. And during that period, we managed to launch our website, right? And it was a blast to be there in Argentina and get together with all colleagues from all parliament libraries from the South American Caribbean. I'm going to pass to Evangelina to talk a little bit more about our website. She's going to do in Spanish, okay?
Good morning. So thank you. I'm so glad to take part at this major event for parliamentary libraries. First of all, I will refer to one of the difficulties we faced as a network. That is the creation or establishment of the legal staff. As it's a network with members from different countries, in order to obtain funds, we need to have a legal entity. Sorry, not staff, but entity. And each country is different, and each country requires different presence and residence. So we had to call to other organizations to find help, and we discovered the General Secretariat of Iberoamerica, the HIT. And with them, this JIB, and we studied the possibility of establishing an agreement that would facilitate the management of funds without having to create a legal independent entity, because that was a major challenge structure-wise. SIGIG has that experience already with different units of UNESCO, with the Ibero-American Youth Association, and with the Ministries of Justice also of different countries of Latin America. So right now we are advancing in reaching an agreement with SIGIB so that we can have a kind of a legal entity allowing us to get the funds to carry out our activities. Thank you. I will give you the floor back. No, I continue. So what is our main activity? Currently, it's the cooperation between members. We do have created a work of representatives of the reference services for each one of the member parliamentarian libraries, and they channel the requests, the queries, or the comments that they don't find in the websites directly. So it's very simple to say, but it's also very efficient because the response is always immediate. So it is an example of one of the good practices of collaboration between the parliamentary libraries that are members of our association. During our third meeting in person that we had, we created our website, as it was explained. The content management is done collaboratively, but it's executed by Uruguay, the representative of Uruguay. But each member library tries to collaborate when managing the content. We have also, with the Communications Secretariat, we have established a social media plan, which is and also managed collaboratively. We are present in Facebook because most part of our users, our clients, are older, and therefore they use more that social media, but also Instagram. So Facebook and Instagram. Since September 2023, we also have created an account in X, at X, former Twitter, to provide more updated information. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Everyone, and if you have any questions, please, you can ask to me and to Evangelina. Also, we have here Fabiola from Mexico, and we have Guido from Chile. Chile. Okay, excellent. This is our crew from South America and Caribbean.
Thank you very much, Janice and Evangelina. So now I'd like to invite Alexandra to give the update for ECPRD.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Holle, but the presentation which now I will make was prepared by Ida Kelemen, who is the coordinator for an area of interest of ECPRD. She is not present today here, so as her deputy at the Hungarian Research Service, I will be her voice today. So let me start with some introductory information for those of you who are not so familiar with ECPRD. The European Centre for Parliamentary Research and Documentation was established in 1977 in Vienna by the Conference of Speakers of European Parliamentary Assemblies. According to the ECPRD statutes, the members are the European Parliament, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and also the parliamentary chambers of the member states of the Council of Europe. Some more parliaments have observer status, just like the USA or Canada, and there are also countries who are partners for, who have partners for democracy status within ECPRD. At present, the Centre consists of 63 parliamentary chambers from 52 countries and European institutions. ECPRD has three objectives. First, to promote the exchange of information, ideas, experience and good practices among the administration of the parliaments in Europe. Second, to strengthen close cooperation among parliamentary services in all fields of parliamentary administration, legislation, information, research and documentation. And third, to collect, exchange and publish studies produced by parliamentary services. Within ECPRD, there are 4 areas of interest, including economic and budgetary affairs, the information and communication technologies in Parliament. The relevant area for us is the libraries, research services and archives, and there is also the area of parliamentary practice and procedure. There are 2 main types of activities. The first is information exchange in the form of comparative requests, and the second is the organization of seminars on various topical subjects, and these seminars are usually organized by areas of interest. So let me tell you a bit about comparative requests. In this slide, you can see how information flows within ECPRD. So the parliaments can send requests to all or just to some selected members via the ECPRD website. Then the addressed parliaments provide their answers also via the website. And the previous requests and answers are also available on the website as a treasury of information on the parliaments and also on policy issues of European countries. As you can see, the number of requests is increasing. Now there are around 300 to 400 requests annually. And basically there are 2 types of requests. The first category are the requests on policy issues. 60% of the requests belongs to this category. Some of the recent examples are the prohibition of mobile devices for students in primary education, or another one is the system of financing churches, religious communities, and religious organizations. So there are very many topics that we deal with within ECPRD. And the rest of the requests, around 40%, deals with the procedural, constitutional, and administrative matters related to the functioning of parliaments. And as I mentioned, seminars are also a very important part of the ECPRD activities. In this year, we have a very lucky year, as we have 3 seminars. 2 already took place, and we have 1 ahead. So in April 2024, there was a seminar in Rome, and the main topic of the seminar was the use of artificial intelligence for parliamentary research and documentation. The seminar was organized by the Italian Chamber of Deputies and analyzed the opportunities and limitations of AI in parliamentary documentation, libraries, and research. We had 87 participants and discussed a lot of various questions regarding AI, but still had a very positive atmosphere and looked with hope into the future. And there was another seminar in Budapest, which was about the use of data visualization for parliaments. And this seminar was unique in a sense that it was the first ever joint seminar for all 4 areas of interests. Because this seminar was on a common tool that is really interesting for all of us on data visualization. Here we had around 70 participants. Lastly, let me promote the seminar that is ahead us. It is going to be held on the 5th and 6th of December in Brussels, and it is hosted by the European Parliament, and its main topic is navigating and supporting change in a new parliament. The seminar will focus on various topics, such as promoting research services to a changing clientele, the role of research services in a divided parliament, innovative library strategies for parliamentary support, evaluating the success of existing products and services, and also rethinking products and services to respond to the new needs of members. So I think that it will be a very interesting occasion, and I hope that many of you will have the opportunity to attend. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alexandra. So now, also, and last but not least, I'll invite Isaiah to go up and give the report for APLESA.
You can do it there.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have your slides.
Okay. Greetings to you, colleagues. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to represent APLESA, Association of Parliamentary Libraries for Eastern and Southern Africa. So grateful to represent APLESA here at the IFLA 2024 conference. Just a historical background for some of you who might not know about APLESA. It's an association that was formed in 1994 under the coordination of the Parliament of Zimbabwe's former Chief Librarian, Mr. Gurure. There were 11 member countries from Eastern and Southern Africa that founded APLESA. So APLESA is a member of IFLA. The membership currently stands at 15 parliaments from Eastern and Southern Africa. And we still have some more countries that are intending to join. We hold conferences every year. So I'll just give a brief on the 20th and 21st conferences that were hosted. Parliament of Zimbabwe hosted the 20th edition of the APLESA at Elephant Hills Hotel in Victoria Falls from 27 to 30 May 2023 under the theme Parliamentary Libraries and Research Services, an interface for knowledge-driven macroeconomic development. When we developed this, the theme that resonates with a nation's development goals. So a country that hosts APLESA will come up with a theme that will relate to its own goals so that we relate to the parliament and the nation at large. So, at the conference in Zimbabwe, a new executive committee was elected, and none other than myself being elected as the president of APLESA. We have got other committee members, the vice president, the secretary general, treasurer, and 3 committee members. That's, as you can see from the screen, that's the executive committee of APLESA. And the guys standing on the far right and left, those were the election observers. I did see Adam Kone. You are there, my friend. He was one of the the supervisors during our elections. Thank you very much. Then the APLESA 21st conference, it was hosted successfully by the Parliament of Mozambique in Maputo from 18 to 25 May 2024. That's this year, under the theme Re-engineering and Modernization of the Parliamentary Library in Search of Excellence in the Information Retrieval Service. We have forthcoming conferences. The 22nd conference is being hosted by Namibia in 2025. We have already, in fact, the Parliament of Namibia has already agreed after we have written to them requesting to host the conference. We have already requested the parliaments of Malawi and Zambia to host the conference in 2026 and 2027 respectively. And I heard today that Malawi has agreed. Then we have introduced a corporate social responsibility activity within our conferences. In Zimbabwe in 2023, the association CCSR targeted 2 charitable organizations, an old people's home, a children's home. These benefited from the philanthropic drive by the APLESA. We donated gas stoves, meal, and assorted groceries. We also, during the day, interacted with the community, the aged ones, and the children, and do some activities with them. In Mozambique, this year, APLESA delegates led by the Honorable Member of Parliament who is responsible for social affairs, gender environment, donated foodstuffs, hygiene materials, and money to a disadvantaged old people's home again, where there are 85 elderly people living there, consisting of 52 men and 33 women. Also, as a social responsibility activity, we decided to reward and recognize all former APLESA leaders, both retired and serving. So at every conference, we recognize a former leader or a retired person who has contributed towards APLESA. So those are some of the activities in the pictures of the social responsibility activities: stoves being donated, some groceries being donated. During our conferences, we go for excursions in every country. A country will choose where to take delegates for entertainment. In Zimbabwe, we visited the Victoria Falls. If you haven't seen this natural wonder, you haven't seen anything. I will invite some of you who haven't been to Zimbabwe to visit the Victoria Falls. It's a very, very interesting tourist center. In Mozambique, we also visited archives that house the history of the liberation struggle, the history of the country as part of our excursion. Challenges. Yes, as an association, we face a number of challenges, but some of them we are trying to address them in-house. You know, we face budget cuts, and this affects some of our activities, but in trying to address this, we have development partners that are assisting APLESA. And also another challenge has been the health situation of our Secretary General, Ms. Simon Engitu from Uganda. He has not been feeling well for the past 2 years, so it has affected some of our activities. Some of the resolutions from the previous two conferences, we are saying that the position of the President should be on a rotational basis, that eligible member parliaments should be invited. We are trying to recruit more members for APLESA. And the issue of Namibia hosting, I've already said it. Malawi and Zambia hosting 2026 and 27, I've already mentioned that. Those are some of the resolutions last year. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isaiah. So now we're going to do a bit of, thank you to everyone for giving the regional updates, very much appreciated. And now we're going to do some seat shifting, where some of this panel are going to move back to their seats, and I invite people from the standing committee who are going to give updates on the IFLA PARL action plan items. So Okay, so that took a bit of organization on our part, so thanks for your patience. So now we're going to start with giving an update on the IFLA PARL action plan items. So first I'll invite Fabiola to give an update on action number 1, the Common Law database and the Heritage project.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by reminding the extraordinary presentation by our Thai colleague, because she mentioned public participation, which is very important. We have talked about common law and heritage, and we have consulted our community and have had some involvement from some of you. But we still need more collaboration and more empowerment to have high participation in these two big projects. Heritage is a mixture of two words, heritage and storage. And this is a platform to disseminate historical constitutions. This is the main objective, but also to share the documentary heritage of each and every one of our libraries. We have had to pause this project because IFLA asked us to sign a memorandum of understanding with the library, in our case with the Mexican Chamber, who already designed the website. And what we're trying to do is to put forward this memorandum of understanding so that we can have and reaffirm our authority and the authority of IFLA, and thus allow all of you to participate in this heritage database. And the second project is ComLaw, which is database, comes from communications and law, and this is to do with comparative law analysis carried out by librarians and parliamentary researchers by selecting some of our national productions and registering them in ComLaw. We are getting help from a company which is based here in Spain called Hanium, and we are very grateful for this cooperation. It's a not-for-profit, by the way, not-for-profit cooperation, so they are doing this for free to support IFLA PARL. So really we would like to ask you to collaborate. You have all the information, or you can contact Lila and Julie if you need further information so that you can cooperate with us. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Fabiola. So now we're going to move on to action item number 2, which Carolyn's going to give. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Julie. Muchas gracias, Fabiola. So I will be giving you updates on 3 actions of our action plan. Our action plan for 2023-2025 actually has 12 actions in total. And of course, we are here standing committee members, but we invite anyone who is interested in collaborating and working on these actions, in providing help, expertise. It's always welcome. So please feel free to manifest your interest if so. So first action I wanted to give you an update on is our action that is regarding the strengthening and maintaining relationships with international organizations, including the IPU, regional and national associations, to promote parliamentary strengthening, democracy, and exchange of information and best practices. So we've been working in the last year to list actually all the different parliamentary associations or parliamentary libraries and research services associations that exist in the different regions of the world. Our goal is to establish new relationships with different associations and to create, if relevant possible, new networks of parliaments based on their size and on their resources through the use of listservs. So we've been starting by listing what currently exists to see where potential networks might be created. We also plan to reach out to different parliaments that are located in federal countries to see if there are associations that exist at the regional level and that may not have a presence on the web. So we are hoping to contact them directly to find out about possible existence of regional associations. We've also established a contact with Vicky Ward from the International Parliament Engagement Network, who wishes to develop a repository of resources for research services in parliaments. So to have a page, basically, or where you can find all the different outputs that research services are creating. So this work is ongoing, and our contact with Vicky Ward has helped extending an invitation to research services in parliaments which may not know about IFLA PARL, so to increase our membership as well. And we've also been working with Agora to become a part of their community of practice. Second action I wanted to give you an update on is regarding the organization of the World Library and Information Congress in 2025. So we try to start planning these events ahead, so we're not even finished with the annual conference of 2024, thinking ahead for 2025. As you may already know, the WILIC for 2025 will be in Astana in Kazakhstan, and we have a former member of the Standing Committee, Ellie Valentine, who has volunteered to establish contact with members with staff that works at the Parliament of Kazakhstan. So we're hoping to get contact from her volunteer work there. And last action I wanted to give you an update on is our action which is aiming at pursuing the reflection on artificial intelligence's impact on our field. So we, IFLA PARL, participated in a panel that was titled Artificial Intelligence in Government, Parliamentary and Law Libraries, a Cross-Sector Conversation, which happened during the 24 Hours of IT event, which was organized by the IT section of IFLA. It is available online in 2 parts because, as the title says, it was 24 hours of conferences. I was very impressed with the IT section and the way they pulled the logistics of it. It was incredible. All of this was, of course, online, and we decided, we partnered with the AI Special Interest Group in IFLA to create a panel with experts from Division B, which includes parliamentary libraries, government libraries, government information and official publications libraries, and law libraries. So we had experts from different fields, including Anne-Marie, which represented our section for IFLA PARL. So it was a very interesting conversation to see across sectors how we could, how AI was impacting our field. And this is also available online. It happened on August 28, and if you get a chance to go see it, it's quite interesting discussion. So we had Anne-Marie Genet-Charette as representative of Library and Research Services for Parliament section. We had Jeremy York, who represented the Government Information and Official Publications section from the University of Michigan. We had a Greta Brongard for the Government Library section. And we also had Elisaveta Blagojevic from the Women Information and Library Special Interest Group. And I think this sums it up for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Carolyn. And now I'll pass it over to Martin to talk about the next action plan item about the memorial webinars to Donna. It is, I am totally wrong. Don't go by memory, read your notes. I'll pass it on to Julia Taylor, who's going to talk about action item number 4, review and update existing published guidelines.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, as Julie was mentioning, I've been leading the effort to review the existing guidelines with the help of some volunteers, and so I wanted to start by thanking everyone who has reviewed the guidelines along with me and offered their thoughts on what we might want to update. So mostly we've identified some technical updates, some formatting things, references to documents in the guidelines that we'll want to make sure that there haven't been any changes to those documents themselves. But the major observation from the group that's been looking at this project is that we would like to include a section on AI, because it's the topic that we're all talking about these days. So I can share the approach that we've been talking about as far as what we might want to include in the guidelines when it comes to AI. We thought that it would be helpful for parliamentary libraries to know what resources they may want to consult to learn more about AI, including any documents that may be available from the special interest group looking at AI. We also talked about whether we would want to also include something about knowing the legal frameworks under which you're operating, so that you can understand what those limitations might be. And then understanding some of the challenges with AI, which I think we'll hear more about this afternoon, things like hallucinations and biases that can creep into those projects. And then also uses. I mentioned briefly that the library is looking at using AI for bill summaries, so how AI may be of use. So our next step is we do want to reach out to the AI special interest group and again see if they have some materials that we'll want to reference in the guidelines, and then also start working on drafting that section of the guidelines so that we can get more input from members. And that was my update. Oh, and if you have any suggestions, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'd love to talk about the guidelines and if there's anything else we can update. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Julia. And now we'll pass it on to Martin Reed, who'll give an update on action number 5, the webinar memorial to Donna Sheeder.
Thanks, Julie. And this item follows on very well from Julie's item on the guidelines, as the aim of the webinar series is to build on the fantastic resource which the guidelines represent, and ultimately to attempt to develop a training program which is based on those guidelines. But we're starting with what we hope will be a series of webinars which have been named in memory of Donna Sheeder, who was a past chair of this group and a past president of IFLA. And we're doing that in conjunction with the IPU. The first of, as I say, what I hope will be a series of webinars will be on the 12th of November, so next month, on the topic of how to develop parliamentary libraries based on the needs of customers. This will be an interactive session which will include a presentation from Edward Wood from the United Kingdom, one of the guidelines authors, which will cover the role that good information plays in how parliaments work, the information needs of members for the different roles that they play, the pressures that members are under, and how parliamentary libraries can help with members' information needs, along with basic steps for building and starting a parliamentary library service. This will be followed by a question and answer session with a panel of experienced senior librarians from parliaments around the world. And we are planning to run the session twice on the same day to enable participation from colleagues in different time zones. The first session will run from 10 to 11 Central European time, and there will be interpretation provided by the IPU in English, French and Arabic for that session. And the second session will run from 4 to 5 p.m. Central European time with interpretation provided in English and Spanish. We have panelists for that second session. These are Ellie Valentine from the USA, Alejandro Santa from Argentina, and a commitment from the Parliament of Canada library to provide a colleague, although the name is still to be determined. We are, however, looking for panellists for the first session to join Edward and myself, and we're particularly looking for colleagues from Africa and Asia to join, so that we can get perspectives from the full range of countries and regions represented in IFLA PARL. So if you're interested in being a panellist for that session, which will involve responding to questions from attendees and commenting on the presentation and the things that Edward will be talking about, we'd be really grateful to hear from you. So please do get in touch. And also please do encourage colleagues in your institutions to sign up for the session. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks Martin. And now we'll pass it to Leila, who's going to talk about two action items, IFLA's repository and IFLA PARL's communication plan.
Thank you, Julie. When we started out this term, we saw that the IFLA repository regarding the IFLA PARL material was a bit behind because it had undergone big change and it changed. So we had to, the team working on this action, which was Leonor and Alec and Elisabetta and I and Fabiola, if I remember correctly, we decided to catalog everything that we have in IFLA repository as IFLA PARL and then see what we need to add more. So we found out that we don't have material regarding all our past annual conferences and presentations. So we would like to ask you if any one of you has ever participated in an IFLA PARL conference or any IFLA PARL related event. Please contact us, send us your material so that we can upload and update the IFLA PARL, the IFLA repository regarding the IFLA PARL. Right now we're working with Julie Anderson to update all our standing committee meetings minutes in the repository. And lately, a month ago, I think, IFLA repository underwent a very big change, and they're now in this space. It's much more functional and easier, so you can all visit it and see what material we have there, and let us know if you think we have to add something more. And passing to the other action about communications plan. We have a big team. It's not just me. It's again Alec, Leonor, and Fabiola, and Janice, and Elisabetta. When I started as an information coordinator, we had the Facebook and the Instagram account. We managed to expand it and have more followers and friends there. And we already had X, Twitter, and LinkedIn, but Leonor and Alec have worked on it very hard for the past few months, and we have more viewers there. If you want to please join, not if you want, please join us in these media, so because we have news there, sometimes even daily, and you can follow us. And we have been working really hard on the newsletter. We have published a newsletter in July 23, just the change. It was in the time we were changing, we're shifting roles with Fabiola. It was about the 2023 IFLA WILIC and our annual conference. We had our latest newsletter on February 24, and sorry, the latest one was summer 24, and we are going to publish now, we're hoping it will be in 24, late December maybe. The next newsletter is going to be the proceedings of this conference, So anyone who wants, anyone who has presented anything, you can send it to us. Or if you have just a short report, even if you didn't present, or photographs, please send them to us so that we can include them in that newsletter. And thank you very much. That's
Okay, thanks, Lila. And now we'll pass it to Dan, who's going to talk about action number 9, the World Directory.
Yeah, thank you. So this action is about optimizing and promoting the World Directory of library and research services in parliaments. Maybe some background first. The World Directory was started in 1985, and at that time it was a printed directory, so hard copy on paper, and was compiled and maintained by our colleagues from the German Bundestag. Nowadays, we've switched into an online directory, so there's a website, and it aims to provide an overview of all existing parliamentary libraries and research services. The goal is to create a network which can facilitate cooperation and knowledge sharing between those institutions. The World Directory is now hosted and maintained by our colleagues in Chile, from the National Congress of Chile, for which I would like to express my gratitude. And as for the status of this action point, we are currently, with our colleagues in Chile, optimizing especially the registration and data management functions of the directory. And after we finish that, we will actively start promoting the World Directory to get more of your institutions registered in the World Directory. Currently, we have 28 institutions registered, but surely there must be more. So, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. And now we'll pass it to Leonore, who's going to talk about Action 10, the history of IFLA PARL.
Thank you, Julie. Well, regarding this action, Lila already told you that we have not enough information regarding the history of the section. So what we are trying to do is know when it started, we know, of course, what standing committee members were there. So if there is any former standing committee member here, please give us information. You can give it to Lila, to know all the pre-conferences and all the information regarding the pre-conference. For example, the number of the attendees, the subjects, because we don't really have that information. And the aim is to write a chapter regarding the history of the section, but we would really like to have the complete information regarding standing committees. We have already asked for UK help. Thank you, Martin. You have already. The ALDEC also provided. The US is also Julie and Karen also. So, but we still need more information. And Caroline, sorry. We still need information regarding Australia, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, the Netherlands. I saw the I didn't ask for it. So if any of you really know or have been a former standing committee member, please provide us the information. We would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonore, and again, happy birthday. And finally, last but not least, Alex is going to talk about Action 12, encouraging our members to publish.
Yes, so on the publishing front, Caroline mentioned our IFLA PARL newsletter, which is very informative, but please be aware that there is also an overall IFLA journal, which is well embedded in the academic literature, I would say. It is published up to 4 times a year. It has many interesting articles written by library and research professionals from all over the world. I had a quick check earlier this week, and the last article published in there on our business, Parliamentary Research Library Matters, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is precisely from Caroline, from 2021, how parliaments parliamentary libraries, and in Kazu, her parliamentary library dealt with or stayed operational during the pandemic. I think many interesting topics were debated here yesterday and today, so I personally see many materials for new articles in the IFLA journal to make us visible. So I'm also sure that if you intend or if you plan to write something for the IFLA journal, you would find many people in this room willing to give input and to check your work, or maybe to make your work a little bit lighter to get published in there. And then the other thing I would like to mention, and I already did so yesterday briefly, so in IFLA there is also a special interest group on library publishing, which has been around for a couple of years already. They are now in the run-up to become a section, and I have the firm belief they will manage to. So becoming a section with 20 members and a bit of similar structure like we have. The special interest group had this year a very vibrant and interesting conference in Turkey with other partners. They group essentially university library presses with a strong US, UK, Dutch and German presence. They mainly campaign for or support what we call diamond open access, so making it easier for academics on a level, an equal level playing field to publish at no cost in journals that come with no cost. For us, I think this is a bit less relevant probably, but the board of the special interest group is very interested in having us on board as well, and our concerns insofar that we are publishing, because of course not all of our parliamentary libraries are doing that. And I tried also, and I would very much appreciate input from the room on that as well, to come up with a little list of issues that could be of common concern in terms of publishing. I think writing of content, I referred to that in my presentation yesterday. How can we make it easier to create digitally first content using maybe preferably open source tools that are affordable? How we can preserve content. You mentioned repositories. Our content is often of academic nature, but is typically also grey literature. It tends to disappear over time if we change systems. And then also, how can our work maybe become more quoted by academics? Or how can we know how much academics quote us? Because this can maybe also help us in getting funding, in justifying what we do. So it would be interesting in the coming period and in the run-up of this special interest group to become a section, to collect interest, if there is interest in this, so that we can maybe then report back to this section, future section, and have a meaningful input there. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Alex. And now I'd like to pass the floor over to Josefa.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. As we have seen, the section is evolving and the work is being distributed and divided, and especially in terms of important matters included in the action plan. And they are all distributed in groups, committees, and we have advancement groups for all the actions of the action plan in our section. And this is a way of taking responsibility within the standing committee and also advancing the different matters, the different important matters within IFLA PARL. This conference is also collecting all the concerns, most recent concerns about our work and our tasks. We're seeing concerns both in terms of application of artificial intelligence in the work that we carry out in our departments and how we can better use AI. And we're also seeing that there's interest to get in contact with different associations and at different territorial levels. It could be regional within states, or it could be national and even international organisms and organizations. So all these contacts between networks are necessary in a world which is more and more systematized every day, and which is like a sort of puzzle, and all the pieces fit one with each other. So cooperation is really, truly very important. We might include all of this in our training plan, the webinars that are going to start in November. And there will be different development series, and this will be in cooperation with the Interparliamentary Union. We hope you follow them, we hope you sign up for them, and we hope you will keep advancing and learning from our expert colleagues and everything they have to show us and to teach us. So I'm sure that Caroline has made a good note of all these concerns, and that these are going to be included in our training program and the webinars. It's absolutely key that you tell us about your concerns in all the communications that we have. Thank you very much. And Caroline, you can close this section and we can move on to the next thing.
Muchas gracias, Josefa.
Thank you, Josefa.
Well, actually, the last part of our session today, as you may have seen on the program, is to hear from you. We've talked a lot about what we've been doing for the last year, the standing committee, but we also wanted to take this opportunity of having you all professionals from the community in the same room to know a little bit about what do you expect from IFLA PARL as an association, as a community, and how we can better fulfill your professional needs. I am a big fan of continuous improvement, so this is about making sure that we answer more your needs as professional, and this is a very informal discussion, so there are no wrong answers. If we're doing something right, you can also tell us. It's always nice to get some positive feedback, but it can also be constructive feedback. So we are, the floor is yours. We're looking forward to having your opinions. Thank you. Anybody wishes to break the ice?
Yeah. Don't be afraid, jump in.
Informal. Informal.
Hi. Sorry, I have a question. So I'm Anne-Marie Genet. I'm from the Canadian Parliament. I was wondering, so I know there's a lot of librarians, and I'm assuming everyone is a librarian except me, but like there's a lot of subject and things that the IFLA PARL is doing that would also be benefit of other professionals working at the library, and I'm wondering if there's any type of outreach that you would want individual members to do, or maybe having some other type of topics that can be of interest to more people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. That is indeed a very good question, and my short answer would be yes. We always want to connect with other sections, other professionals as well. You yourself being a lawyer, so from the law field, of course, we know that parliamentary librarians and the law sector are very linked. So I think that it would be quite beneficial to deepen these connections, definitely. Of course, I mean, I'm always personally interested about the impact of AI, so any possibility of having expertise on that topic is strongly appreciated. Anybody else in the standing committee wants to join in on the conversation? Martin, yes.
Well, I was just going to follow up on Josepha's point about the webinar series, and I think the ability to present webinars on different topics is a very good opportunity to widen out the range of colleagues who are engaged with the work that we are doing and the expertise that we have. So, yeah, I think gathering ideas for the type of sessions, the type of areas of interest that colleagues would be interested in engaging with us on would be very good, and then looking to all of us to promote that to our colleagues in the institutions that we are in is probably a good way forward.
Thank you, Martin. Anybody else wants to contribute to the discussion? Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. Yesterday I wanted to ask about the publications or issues regarding publication. Yes, at one time when you read some of the publications we get concerned, and I feel we need some quality control. We need maybe a strong team of peer reviewers to assist. If we need a team, I can say. Publishing is not something that we can just publish what we share. Maybe we might say if it is a proceeding of this conference, we take information as it is because we've been sharing information. But if we want our publication to add knowledge to the board of knowledge, to add knowledge, we need strong quality control. So we need a team of quality controllers or peer reviewers. I participate in the Nigerian Journal of Information Science, where I'm one of the co-editors. And also I peer review a number of journals and the articles that appear under academia and other databases. So you'd find I can volunteer to be part of the team for peer reviewing and assist our colleagues. If you look at publications from parliaments, I challenge our research department, in particular at Parliament of Zimbabwe, when you talk about research issues. It's not about writing only background papers. If you want to be a true researcher, you must add to the board of knowledge, not just to copy from newspapers and give the member of parliament something to present. That is not pure addition to the board of knowledge. We need to research and understand some research methodology and how to apply. So that's what I feel we can assist each other to improve the publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is indeed a very good point. We know the importance indeed of quality control and peer reviewing.
Oh, sorry, Carolyn, if I could just jump in too, but just to reassure everyone that IFLA has a very strict peer review process. So anything that gets published in the journals, IFLA journals goes through a strict peer review process also. And it's a great opportunity not to also, publish about what we do in our jobs to support our members, but also to write about our work and what's our successes and also our failures. I think there was a fear for a while within IFLA PARL specifically to talk about failures or weaknesses, or if you tried something it didn't work. But I think that's where the real meat is. If you want to share things you tried and didn't work, you're sharing with the community, so maybe they can build on what you started and maybe didn't finish. Thanks.
Maybe just also to add to what was just said by Julie, and maybe we'll talk about it this afternoon, but we have our Parliamentary Libraries and Research Service guidelines, but there will be also new phenomena, like, for example, we've been discussing it in the European Parliament in our service, but I'm sure maybe you have as well, is How about AI as a co-author to your publications and this type of things, or AI as a reviewer? Do we need common understanding of concepts? Is it useful to talk about it? Yeah. I think this is also coming fast towards us, these situations. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the questions.
So first I want to say thank you to the Standing Committee for all of your hard work. I've got 2 suggestions, but I'm also conscious that I don't want to give you any more work. I really welcome the work on open access, but I would also like to see a repository for open access educational resources. I know that in my work I produce quite a lot of them, and I'd love to share them with you all. I get the chance to talk about them at conferences, but then, you know, sharing is really on an ad hoc base and whoever wants them. So it'd be nice to have a repository to crowdsource this. And the second suggestion is potentially to have a specialist directory of members who are willing to share their expertise or to answer some queries.
Thank you, and these 2 very, very good suggestions, really great suggestions. And I'm taking notes, so what you're saying, like, we'll do something about it, we'll discuss it. It's not just, hey, we're saying stuff and it's not getting recorded. So yes, thank you. Anybody else who I'm trying to, yes?
Sorry, forgive me for talking too much. Thank you. Last month I was tasked by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zimbabwe to write on the history of chieftainship in Zimbabwe, a publication. I'm also writing the history of Parliament of Zimbabwe as a publication. There was a book that he asked me to extract from any library. I could not find the book from Zimbabwe. I ended up finding it from I think it should be from the Library of Congress. One of my assistants managed to get a copy. I'm saying this in line with the history of IFLA section, IFLA PARL section. We are information managers. Again, forgive me for my strong words. We are information managers, and we can't have the history proper of the section from what we are talking about. I think we need to do something deeper about this. And from when the IFLA PARL started up to now, I think we need to do something. I'm taking this background of I gave it the background of my boss, the Speaker of Parliament, who said, I don't want to hear a librarian who say I can't find the information. You see. So let's do something about the history and document it for future reference. Thank you.
Thank you, and this brings us back to the action that we have on the history of the section. Indeed, that we share the same goal. Indeed, we want to deepen our knowledge of the histories of the section, definitely for the future. So again, if you have any piece of information that can be beneficial for us, please do not hesitate to send it to us.
Sí, también respondiendo a la.
Yes, and just to answer the question, and in case the section can be of help for this kind of queries and this kind of issues that can come up whilst we're carrying out our work, it's true that we might not find the specific material that our parliaments need at some point, and we have tried several times to use the IFLA list, in which we're all included, to launch sometimes queries that we are having issues with in terms of our functioning potential. And sometimes in this network we have found colleagues which might be very far away in the world, and for them it's not so difficult to find that information. So we have tried that from time to time, and they were very successful. There have always been parliaments
which have answered in one way or another. And even we could commit, if we have launched the query, to then publish the answer so that everyone can benefit from the answer that we have received. And also so that everyone knows where they can find information about certain subjects which might be more difficult to find locally. So this is something that the network is useful for too, and whenever we have tried it, it has been successful. So I really encourage you to share the issues that you might have when trying to find information on specific subjects, and I'm sure that there will be other parliaments that can help us.
Thank you, Josefa. And it is true that we have the listserv that is of great use, so that can also be beneficial for everyone who wishes to share information or get information on different issues, different topics, or if you have a research project you're working on and you want inputs from other colleagues, or if you want to build a team on different possibilities, projects, things like outputs, please do not hesitate to reach out to us, and we can use the listserv to help you out. Any other?
Yeah, if I might
Yes.
add, the World Directory might come in handy here as well. As soon as we have updated it, optimized it, and well, expanded the number of institutions registered there, you can have a sort of a listserv there as well to get into contact with each other.
If I might add, talking about the listserv, if you're having an event in your parliament, and even if it's not international or even if it's not for everyone to come, please announce it there, because everyone is interested, maybe just to hear the news. And maybe you can send in the listserv a short report about that, so we can all read about it. It's always interesting for us.
Okay, I would like to know your opinion about open or closed groups in Facebook or LinkedIn. For you and for the guys of the YouTube channel, I would like to know that. Do you prefer closed groups or do you prefer open groups in LinkedIn? Closed groups? Raise your hands. Closed groups just for us? Raise your hand, okay? Open groups, open for all the community. Everybody wants to see our opinions, our information. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I also would just want to make a quick point. I think I mentioned to one of our facilitators that in solving the problem of collecting our history, let's also employ the use of IT as much as possible. And I believe IFLA has maybe an IT team, an IT section that helps with so much good work you have done. One of the things we could have added to what we had was probably a live stream of this program. Now, I know it's Parliament, and so maybe not everything we may want to be out there. It may be sensitive. But for the conference that we have, they're having conferences that are live streamed. Now, when it is live stream, it's very easy to have it recorded at the end of the session, and that is kept as a record for us. Even we, the participants, when you go for a workshop and you want to relate to what was said, usually about 2 weeks or so before we have the materials, it's likely you may have forgotten some of the things. That passion is no longer there. But if it's live stream on YouTube, the moment it's finished, in the evening I go to the hostel or wherever I am, I can replay some of the things that was said here, even create my report immediately as I'm going along listening to the YouTube. I get more information, what I didn't hear very well, and then I am done with that information than trying to wait for another 2 weeks and maybe I wouldn't be able to follow like I would have followed. So probably I'll just want to suggest, if it's possible, we get the IT team to help us and have some of these conferences live on YouTube, and it will help with, collecting our records over the years. The past may have been, maybe, I don't know what that is the word, for lack of a better word, I could say lost, but as we move along, we can do it such a way that we have our records always intact with it being recorded on YouTube, for example. Other things can also help us. Thank you so much.
Actually, yes, it's a very good idea. This is the first time we managed to have a YouTube live stream of this conference, and it is being recorded, so it will remain in the IFLA PARL YouTube channel afterwards, so that everyone can see it. This is the first time we tried. I hope we did it right. We have very much help from the colleagues in the Senate here. We thank them very much, immensely. I mean, they helped me very, very much with this live stream. As for the previous conferences, I don't know, because we were under the IFLA umbrella, so we couldn't record ourselves, or we didn't have the means just yet. We are starting this project now. As Caroline said, some months ago we participated in the 24-hour IT project, the IT section of IFLA, so the recordings regarding IFLA PARL are there. If you email me, I can send you the links, and I suppose that the webinar on the 12th of November, it will be recorded, so it will remain either in IPU website or both in our IFLA PARL channel, YouTube channel. So we are beginning to create an archive of all our recordings. It's a very good idea. Thank you.
Any other questions, suggestions, comments? Yes.
My name is Suraya. I'm from the European Commission Library. You probably already have this, but I'm really interested in actually not just obviously watching the recordings and looking at the PowerPoints, but I really want to have all the links, and not necessarily from just the presenters, but from anyone, because I'm really interested in monitoring what other people are doing, follow them on their social media. So it would be really useful for me to have one place where I can find you very easily, so to just basically learn from your experiences. So that would be ideal for me, really.
It's a great idea. So just that I understand correctly, would be sharing contact information?
Anything within, I mean, obviously contact information. I'm already looking for you on LinkedIn. I really love the idea of having an open LinkedIn page, which is, I think, for this purpose, easier for me in terms of rather than Facebook. But I'm also interested in the projects, in the pages, in your social media, and not just you, but everyone. Now, I can't follow absolutely everyone and beyond, but I am really interested in actually looking at the projects that you're doing. And if it's easier to find rather than looking for all of you individually, that would be really useful.
Perfect. Very good suggestion. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Caroline,
Yes.
I'm Maria from Portugal.
Yes.
Here. I was thinking that one of the things that probably could be of interest, but I don't know it, and you will check, is some of us have the opportunity to do professional visits to other parliaments. And I think, I don't know, probably as we usually have to write a report to deliver in our own institution, probably it would be interesting to give a short notice of the visit, what we saw, because, for example, I visit the Bundestag library, and I was speaking with Janice, and Janice was saying, oh, so interesting, I would like to go there. So not a report with 10 pages, as I did to give in my institution, but giving information about the visit that we made and the main aspects that we were attracted or that we learned, or how useful was the visit. I think it's important, and I suppose that, for example, the colleagues from the Bundestag will not have any opposition if I was, or any problem if I would publish a short notice. Even I may send them just to check if it's okay. But I think this is as a network, it will be useful. As I'm staying with Josefa, for example, I think that it will be useful. We are all here, but probably there will be things that we will speak about and that could be publicly promoted. So I think this will make our professional visits also useful to our colleagues. So this is a suggestion. I don't know if it works.
Thank you, Maria. It is a very good suggestion, and I think that would be a great piece to publish in the newsletter, probably. So yes, definitely, very good idea. I know that I have a tendency to visit parliamentary libraries on vacation, like I did in Portugal, so I can already write a couple of pieces on this. Thank you. We are approaching lunchtime, so I don't want to keep up anybody because we're probably pretty much all hungry. But last question, comment, complaint, we're taking everything. It's democracy. Yes.
Yes, only thanks a lot for all your work. Estoy impresionada con todo vuestro trabajo.
I'm impressed with your work, and I'm really thankful because it's in the benefit of all the parliaments. So I just wanted to thank you all for your work. Thank you again.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Thank you. And Josefa? Do you want to add anything about lunch? Yes, about lunch and this wonderful meeting where concerns spring, and we take note because this is what this personal contact is for. I'm so glad that we're spontaneous and that we can give track to our work. The directorate with each one of the parliamentarian librarians are registered. It has only 28, and we have it even at a regional level, even lower levels than national levels. So the parliaments of regions that are in the different regions, autonomous communities of each one of the countries, you can also be registered in the directorate. So please include your data of your sections, the section of the library, so we will all know what are the contact person details, what are the things that we do. You can put a summary of what is it that you do. You can also include it in that directorate, which is so interesting, so that we can network. So thank you. And now we're waiting for lunch. It's now the time to go and have lunch. It's just nearby, so as we go out, we don't have to leave the room. So we will have the tables so that you can sit and have lunch. Thank you. Enjoy lunch.
So we can probably leave our luggages here.